Hello! Welcome back. Oh, let me just get comfy here. How's it going, everyone? What's up, B-Fox? What's up, Salami? Thank you for the 56 months, Salami. Cheers. Hey, what's up, JMP? 10 bucks, Emmanuel. Mr. Man, what's up, guys? KC, Lake, Goolicious, Listo. Welcome back, everyone. So I think today we're going to venture into Stormvale Castle. I think that's the plan. Gordy the Golden, 10 hours. Maybe I'll go to Caelid briefly. And just look around, see what I can get. I think I will do that. Fuck it, let's do that. We'll go here. Guess we have a couple of ways of getting there. Oh, this is selling, right? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Nico? How's it going? Welcome back, everyone. Do I want the quickest way to the staff that I want? Yeah, sure. You can tell me. Oh, damn, JMP. What did you do to yourself? Alright, yeah, I was heading here anyway. This was the plan. To get to Caelid. The same way I wound up there the first time. Exit the mine, head east. To some ruins over there. Yeah, I was going to go to the town of Celia as well. And pick up some stuff there. I'm not sure if I'll be able to use anything with my current stats, but... That was the plan. Oh, damn. Okay, JMP. I'm glad it went well. That it wasn't too bad. Twin blade. Oh, okay. This isn't the right chest. Hey, what's up, Twice? Agila. Ooh, hello. Yeah, give me those runes. Whoop. All the pokes. Yeah, I think this should be the one. Ah, Jesus. Here we go. You demand a Persona 5 Royal playthrough? That's not happening. I'm afraid. Hey, what's up, Raven? Game is stingy on smithing stones, is it? Gravity Stone Fan, Gravity Stone Chunk. Couldn't remember what we got in these. Guess it makes sense, the Falling Star Beast in this place. The connection to the gravitational magic and all of that. The desperate ones who scavenge for these shards dub themselves Star Callers. Shard of rock found in the wake of a meteorite strike. Yeah, cool. Spent so long here on my first playthrough. When I first got warped here. I think we can just easily sneak out of the place. We just go down here. Of course, there's a lot more to find if you do explore around the place. But if you just want to leave, it's pretty easy. Just come straight down here. Rot grease. Let's take a look. Solidified grease made from a mixture of rotten materials. Coats armament inflicting scarlet rot. The effect lasts only for a short time. I should try and use some more of this grease in this playthrough. Oh. I don't think so, Mr. Man. Unfortunately, I'm afraid. Really cool reveal coming out here for the first time. Almost felt like you should have been trapped here as well. You exit the cave to be greeted with this hellscape, but then you can just easily go, actually, nah. I'm leaving this place. I think it would have been cool if you were like stuck here as well. Really forcing you to go down the rabbit hole. Let's get on Torrent here. That sky, man. Gorgeous. This dude, he's some kind of poison mist. Whoop. Ah. Ooh, he has a pretty long path. There we go. Poison armament. Let's take a look at it. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, hey, Raven, thank you for the raid as well, man. Cheers. I'm only just seeing that now. Thank you very much. Hold on, let me just rearrange my dashboard here. Cheers, man. Welcome anyone coming in from Raven's stream as well. Hope you're all keeping well. Incantation of the Servants of Rot. Enchants armament held in the right hand with poison. This incantation can be cast while in motion. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well. The death that begets life that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Interesting description. Ooh, look at those, look at that. Those rays coming up through that tree there. It looks pretty trippy. I guess the smoke in the air as well, combined with the rays. Man, I can't get enough of the Caelid sky. Especially around the Wailing Dunes. Oh, did I miss something here? What is this? That might be a visual bug. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this leads up to that weird mass of sorcerer heads. How many remembrance bosses have you killed, Raven? I'm curious. The ruins over here. Yeah, all the mushroom boys are at these ruins. I remember this. At first, I thought these guys were like the original perfumers. Because this is where I found my first perfumer bottle. Combined with these guys using all those, you know, poison mist spells and shit like that. Drop down here. Remembrance? I don't know, much of the capital, basically. Oh, like, you know, when you beat major bosses, you get remembrances that you can use at the Finger Maidens. You know, like demigod bosses. The bosses that the game kind of considers to be major bosses. You did Renala and Radan? Okay. Like 4 or 5? Okay. You know, the bosses that you can get weapons from and stuff like that. The Finger Maidens that give you the special weapons based on them. Rock Sling. More gravitational magic. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces, pulls a clump of rocks from the earth and sends them flying. This sorcery can be cast while in motion, a gravitational technique studied by the young Radan. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Yeah, how much does this cost? 18 int. A few more points will be there. Traveler's hat. Ooh. With the perfume bottle. Oh, the perfumer's garb you get here as well. Right, huh? Meteorite staff. That's the one you were on about, Nico, I take it. Yes, I mean, pretty interesting stuff to find here, man. Let's just move away from this place. And then I think we'll go to Celia. See what we can get there. What build am I going for? Dex and Int, I think. I think that's the plan. Let me see. Need 18 Int to use this as well. Embedded with a dark purple glintstone, said to be a fragment of a meteorite. Boasts high sorcery scaling and boosts gravity sorceries as well. However, the staff cannot be strengthened in any way. Yeah, all sorts of gravity-related stuff here. The mines that we come from have a strong association with it. The ruins here. Of course, Radan himself. The town of Celia as well. I think we learned that Radan grew up in the town of Celia, or he spent quite a bit of time there. Rune Arc. Hey, I'll get to use fucking great runes in this playthrough. I can't wait. I'll get to see all those key descriptions that I missed. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, these boys. Yeah. No. No, I'm just going to not get involved with any of that. Hey, well done, Berserker. I hope you enjoyed it. Why did I not use them in the last playthrough? Because I wanted to see if they had another function. I thought the chances of that was very slim. But after reluctantly accepting Melena's offer at the start of the game, I had to hold on to something. I had to reject something that the game wanted me to do. And that was what I chose. I said, no, fuck these great runes. Fuck these dirty, smelly fingers. And fuck these great runes. I'm not doing what I'm told. And I didn't use a single great rune. They're like embers. Yeah, I'm aware. The rune arcs make that pretty clear. Okay. What does this say? This is an NPC message. Stop by the shack beyond the southern gate. And that's why I really didn't think they would lead to something else. Because they felt like... It seemed pretty clear that the Great Runes were just like a basic mechanic. And it would be unlikely for these games to... For those things to have another function, you know? To also serve as some kind of key item or whatever. But, yeah, I was just stubborn and that's what I did anyway. Stop by the shack beyond the southern gate. This is Gowry's message. Cool, cool. Of course, he if you pay him, he tells you how to deal with the belfries. I wish you rejected Bloody Slash. I mean, I did stop using it after a while. It's not like I really used it much even when I had it equipped, to be honest. And then when I switched to Double Slash almost felt better than Bloody Slash. Right. Let me just take another look at this shit that I picked up. The Traveler's Hat. Hat of a traveling perfumer of no renown. Almost reminds me of the description of the Tarnished at the start of the game. A Tarnished of no renown. An associate of a healer, he is said to be in search of new aromatics and flower gardens, in hopes of treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. Interesting. I don't think we ever saw any omen at the Halig Tree, did we? All the Albinorics are seeking the place out. We see Misbegotten there. But I don't remember seeing any omen there. You know, it'd be fitting, because the place seems to be a haven for the impure and the sickly. And, you know, those who are shunned and seen as lesser than. The perfumer's traveling garb. The thick front apron, the badge of a perfumer, has been replaced with a more simple one, made from soft leather. Yeah. There's a bloody version of Double Slash, really? Oh, I think I saw other people use that one. Yeah. I think I saw that. Okay. I'm gonna be way underpowered for these boys. What's up? Okay. Not too bad. I mean, it was pretty doable when I came here on my first playthrough in the early game. 4K runes. Maybe I should level up. Where do you get the Bloodhound Step? Or whatever that ash is that lets you dash, that gives you the super dash. I need to play around with that. Yeah, let's focus on this intelligence now. From the Knight Rider dude on the horse here in Caelid. Ah, okay, okay. Hello there. I really like the design of the nobles in this. Just something about them. The pages that guard them as well. That's that duo that you see again and again. They just look really pathetic. And the ghosts can be quite funny. Their constant distress and their woes. How could things have ended up this way? Ah, you bitch. Nothing. Oh, that was a perfect parry. Whoop. Oh. I'm gonna get smacked. Come on, man. I give up. Nice golden seed. A golden seed found at the base of an illusory tree. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd Tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. Okay, yeah, I think we'll cross the rooftops here and see if we can remove these seals. Yeah, I might try using the Bloodhound Dash against Melania this time. The shield strat is really, really solid. But, yeah, I might try another technique. Ooh. Oh no, you're just gonna keep firing that shit at me? Seal was broken in town. Ooh, stone sword, nice. Ah, nope. If I double jumped, I would have overshot it, I think. Here's the second one. Okay, where do we go after this? This one, and... Huh. Oh, I think I see it. All the way over there. Yeah. Fuck. Gary should refund you if you already found them. There we go. There we go. And that gets rid of that seal up there. No, you pay for a note that tells you. It doesn't have anything to do with Millicent's quest. Oh, of course, this is the gate. Yeah, this is a pretty important one. It leads up to that whole area. Right, yeah. I don't think Gowry is Millicent's father. I think he makes that pretty clear when you talk to him, doesn't he? He says that he found her. Yeah, within the swamp. I thought he was giving you the note after you bring the needle from defeating O'Neill. I didn't think so. I thought you could just buy the note from him when you first meet him. I might be wrong, though. Spelldrake Talisman. Greatly boosts damage, magic damage negation. Let's go for the critical health restoration. I didn't actually notice the spiky collar, but I did assume that he was his guard dog. And I avoided killing him because of that. Just with how he was positioned outside the shack. I just thought it was interesting that he was so close to another human figure. And just, yeah, just with how he was positioned, I thought I was better off just not killing him. Just in case Gowry got angry. I don't think he does, though. I don't think he gives a shit if you kill him. Whoa. Okay, I think... Night Comet. Nice. I think that's it, isn't it? That's the 3 gates. One gate leads up to another area, and these 2 lead to those chests. We have the Caelid painting there. I think I can leave that there for now. Poison Bloom. Whoa! Right, I think I'm done in Caelid for now. I think we'll go back to Stormvale. He comes back after Millicent leaves. Yeah. I want to use the map. Let me use the map. Thank you, game. Yeah, let's go back to Stormvale. Night Comet. Ooh, 38 int. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, fires a semi-invisible magic comet. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. Agent with the 2 months, thank you. Do you know if you found everything in Stormvale on my first playthrough? I have no idea. Someone in chat suggested that I hadn't, but I'm not sure if they were correct. You know, did I ever jump down here? Ooh, great sound from the banner there. Yeah, this is just that other way of dropping down. Right, right. There's a lot that I haven't seen in Volcano Manor. I did join up with Lady Tanith, and I went to hunt Tarnished and all of that, but I missed the main area of the place where you know, the gameplay focused area with combat and all of that. So I'm hoping to find that on this playthrough. Hey, what's up, Dave? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Spent a long time in Volcano Manor. Yeah, you missed a lot of stuff there. Cool. Pearl Calling Finger Remedy. This is where we get our first one.
You there? Come over here, would you? You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Okay, so there's some interesting stuff with this guy. For starters, every time you die in Stormvale, this asshole takes a percentage of your runes. And if you kill him, you can get your runes back. But apparently you can also see him sneaking around behind you in bushes and shit. Like in certain parts of the map, if you look carefully, you like see him in a bush or something hiding about. Apparently some of the triggers are kind of awkward. It's hard to figure out how it all works exactly. Apparently I got a pretty rare interaction with him on my first playthrough. Where I saw him like digging around in the Rampart Tower. I know several people in chat say they never saw that when they did it. Yeah, so what should we... Does anyone know what we should do here if we want to see all that Gostock has to offer? After the second grace, when you enter the castle, if you can see him above the grace... If you turn back, you can see him above the grace. Is that what you meant to say? Okay. And what about the interaction that I got with him in the tower? Does anyone know how you trigger that exactly? And, like, why some of you didn't see it? You got it after activating the big elevator. Oh, I got it before activating the big elevator. Yeah, I'm aware of him locking you in the room. Yeah, you hear his laugh when you get locked in there. If you catch him, how do you catch him? Oh, when he's like looking at you from up above the grace? Like Crow was on about, if you go up and talk to him there? Listo mentioned there's a third encounter after he locks you in the room. Approaching him, right? Yeah. Is any of this dependent on which way you enter the castle? And what you say to him here?
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
Okay. Is that because all the other tarnished like me ended up getting killed and grafted by taking this path? Well, maybe not killed, technically, but grafted. Ruin fragment. Yeah, let's just go up the side path and see what happens. You can get him to open the gate and still go the other way, yeah. The birds. Oh, actually, I kind of want to... Yeah, I want to get some... I want to switch out my spells. Let's go back.
You're just the guy pray.
I can't buy anything from you yet, can I? No. The birds should be much easier with sorcery. Yeah, the pebble. Yeah, going through the main gate is rough. That's what I did my first time as well. Maybe I stopped after a while because I was getting killed so much and came around this side. I can't really remember, but I remember having a rough time going through the main gate. Yeah, and doesn't have the range. Let's dance. Whoop. Oh, damn. Okay. I wasn't expecting that much damage. Oh, I still need to... Oh, wait, no. I don't have the stats yet for this one. Ooh, the S int. Oh my god. Boosts gravity sorcery as well. And we have a gravity spell that requires 18 int as well. Oh man. It's gonna be fun when we get to 18. See you later, Raven. Thanks for stopping by. Cheers for the raid. Mepaz as well. I'm one of your Elden fans. Mepaz, thank you for the 28. Cheers, man. We can't upgrade the staff, though. Yeah. But still, pretty damn good for the early game, right? We'll probably end up switching it out eventually, but... pretty good for the early game. Makes me wish I did a, an int playthrough for my first playthrough. Because I wound up in Caelid early on. I might have stumbled upon it. Whoa! No! I knew that was a little bit risky, but I thought I was getting away with it. I thought I got away with it. There we go. Yeah, when I jumped backwards, I thought that might have been it. I thought I was dead. But then I thought I thought I'd saved myself just about. Oh yeah, 30% of my runes. That's so nasty, man. Oh, they're still pretty evasive. I need to switch out. I need to reallocate my flasks. There we go. What mechanic are you talking about, V7? The 30% runes? Oh, really? I think it's just a neat little touch, a neat little detail. Oh no. Stormveil really wasn't too early for me. I think I was like 40 hours into the game or some shit by the time I got here. A finder's fee for the side path? It's not just for the side path though, it's throughout, it's the whole castle, isn't it? Oh boy. Actually, hold on, let me go back and reallocate the flasks. I don't know. I think it would probably feel more meaningless in the late game, you know? I feel like by the time you get to Lanedell and the Snowy Mountains, runes just don't really mean as much to you, you know? You're used to pissing away fucking thousands of runes. Well, I think most people are by the time they get to that point. I feel having this guy stealing your shit early on just kind of gives it an extra sting. Which is nasty, but I feel like it makes it more meaningful. Oh, nice one, Crow. Let's see. Yeah, let's reallocate. Four and two, why not? Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't notice either. I think that's another thing that makes it cool. That you're probably not going to notice that 30% disappear. I only noticed it off stream. I went back to Stormveil Castle and I explored the hell out of the place for like 2 or 3 hours. And I got to the point where and I was constantly losing runes. And I just got to the point where I had that feeling, wait, am I really getting back all these runes when I go back to collect them? Something doesn't feel right about this. I was just wondering what the hell was going on. Part of me was wondering if it was a bug or if I was just going crazy and I wasn't calculating my runes properly. So then when I saw people mention it, I was mind blown. Mini mind blown. Nope. Oh, wow. Those quick pokes. Jesus. Sniper Wolf, which boss was my favorite? I don't know. I don't know. I really liked Moog. Moog was a fun dance. I liked Melania. Melania was super intense. When I got that victory against Melania, I hadn't felt that feeling for a long time. That catharsis. That last hit. The tension was pretty crazy. Radan, yeah, I really like Radan as well. Just the vibe. Yeah, just as a set piece. The build up, the atmosphere of it, the design, and just the feeling of it. Oh shit, he's going around. Is he going to go through the path that I opened up? Nice. Hook claws. The same things that are attached to the birds. Let's take a look. Weapon worn on the fist, comprised of sharp parallel blades, favored by those who lurk in the dark. Lacerations cause blood loss with great effect. Claw weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it to both hands. Try going back to the Grace now and see if he's there. Okay. Doesn't look like it. Have you ever seen him here? Oh, he's there? I can't see him. Oh, that's him? I thought that was just a regular enemy or some shit. If you speak to him here, he will not appear anywhere else. So this is him lurking around, sneaking behind you. I wonder, is this how he... Like, he works for Godric, right? And I think his job is to chop people up, chop tarnished up, and prepare them for grafting. At least I think, isn't it? So when he comments on us taking this path and how, you know, what does he say? You know, just what I expect from a tarnished, or like just the right path to take. I think maybe that's what he's hinting at. His job seems to be the gate, right? No, I thought with the interaction that I got with him in my first playthrough in the tower, I thought the implication was that he was preparing people for grafting. The rare encounter that I got with him inside the tower. Okay, so if you talk to him now as well, does that prevent him from stealing your runes? Oh, he's just corpse robbing up there, is he? Okay, okay. The only thing that prevents the stealing is killing him. Okay. So, talking to him now, it just prevents him from creeping? It just stops him from sneaking around in bushes? Hey, Blad. Creeping prevention. I don't really give a shit about his creeping. I'm kind of keen to see what his dialogue is. How about we let him creep for a bit longer, and then we'll talk to him when he gets to his final creeping spot, so we can get maximum creep out of him. How about we do that? In-depth story playthrough. We'll get all the creep spots, and then we'll talk to him at his final spot of creep. Final, though, I couldn't tell you which is which. Okay, well, we'll let him creep around for a little bit more. For a little bit longer. Ah, you bitch. Hey, what's up, Devil Cloud? It's going good. Ooh, that was almost dangerous. Okay, so this is the room that he locks you in. I'm not sure if I'm going to go in there just yet. Yeah, let's explore around for a little bit longer. We'll find another site of grace first. Because there's a pretty nasty enemy in there, and I'm not too confident. Throwing daggers. Okay. Oh! Oh, no! Do I have to get a key from inside the room? I probably do. Fuck. They're forcing me in there. Hey, Mask. St. Trina's arrows. Look at this boy. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. That's very true. It's a dangerous habit. Okay, let's drop down. Ooh, here he comes. Come on. Come down for your pokes. Jesus, those pokes are extremely effective. That constant stagger. Okay, I'm back in. Okay, let's equip the lantern. And get these pebbles ready. Whoa! Yeah, there's Gostock's laugh. Oof. Oof. Nice. Curved sword talisman. A talisman depicting a curved sword and a swordsman. Enhances guard counters. It said that a blind swordsman was the originator of this technique. The art of allowing one's opponent to strike so as to leave them vulnerable to a well-timed reply. And the rusty key. What does it say? Very simple. Rusted iron key opens a locked door in Stormvale Castle. Let me scroll up here. What are you talking about here, Dave? Lance found some scrapped mechanic in the cut content where you would collect sleep mist from special sleeping enemies and then use it to make a special brew that you could give to people to get more dialogue, possibly scenes. Right, yeah, I think I saw him mention that on Twitter. I didn't see the video or anything, but I saw like a post related to it. Okay, so does anyone know, has Gostock changed position now? Or will he still be back in that one spot? It'd be cool if he was gone, you know, because that scene that we just got implies that he left. You know, I guess he could have went back to his position. But it'd be kind of cool if he was gone now and in another spot. No. Okay, right. He went back. Creeped up and then creeped back. I think you need to climb the ladder behind the door you got. Okay. There we go. Oh, I remember you. Yeah. Oh, why am I punching? That was amazing. The sword scratching down the wall. Oh, that was good. Out of my way. What build am I going for? Some kind of sorcery build. Int and Dex, I think. Oh. Okay, nice. Give me those runes back. There's a little spot we can drop down to here. I think all we get from it is an Eteria leaf. Mushroom. Oh, we have to go up first. Really? Dex gives you faster spell casting. Nice. But it's not really something you'll want to chase for that. Right, right. Well, I'll be leveling up Dex anyway, you know, like I'll probably level them both up evenly enough. I guess I'll want Mind as well, though. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Hello. Wow. And our next side of grace. Yep. Okay, so where does Gostock go next? Gostock should be at the bottom of the stairs, and then he can appear on Rogier's rooftop. Okay, okay. Maybe I'll just talk to him at the bottom of the stairs then, if we just go back down. Oops. Fuck. I didn't pick up my runes, man. Okay, Gostock, where are you? Dave, is he around here somewhere? At the area right after the 2 Gostocks? 2 Gostocks? Below the locked door room. Oh, so I have to keep going back down here? Okay. So all the way down. The room with all the boxes and the Exile Knight. You want me to go back to that room or below that room? The entrance of this area. Okay. Where am I going? Whoa, Jesus. Right, back inside. Down this way. On the ground floor. Okay, hold on. He's not here. Ah, what a pain in the balls. Okay. Yeah, it seems like his where he ends up is kind of hard to figure out how it works. Okay, that's okay. Let's just keep going. Yeah, I didn't tell him to open the main gate. And we did see him in one of his hiding spots already, but we're just trying to find some of the other ones as well. But they seem to be a bit tricky to trigger, some of them. It's over there where he ends up as well, isn't it? Is it over there where he's like scrounging, stealing stuff from corpses? Or maybe it's up on this next floor. That one and on Rogier's roof. Okay, okay. I could have sworn there was something else to find out here. Oh, maybe it's just this path here. Oh, yes. No, don't see me. This guy calls the whole group into action, I think, if he sees you. Nice. When I first came up here, it didn't cross my mind that I could move along the rooftops here. Just wasn't even thinking about the jump mechanic. Pretty cool then finding it later when I went back to explore the place. I think you can drop down on that nasty hawk as well that has the fire attack. Yeah, me too, Mask. It really brought back some Sekiro vibes. The rooftop style exploration, the stealthing around. You can drop down there. I think that leads to something, and we're right up above the bird here. Let's drop down this way. Nice. Oh, stay still! Dozing cross-legged. Hey, nice one, John. Glad you can learn some new stuff. Drop down there. There's a place for my stone sword key. Another path down here. Yeah, I really like this part of the level. All the intertwining paths. Something about this rooftop exploration, just being able to look down on everything. You really feel like a predator stalking their prey. Where's my grappling hook so I can swing all around this place? I guess we'll go down this way. I think I'll go for a backstab on the big boy here. And then focus on this guy. Oh. Oof. Pretty slick. Nice. It's pretty nice playing with sorcery, man. Not having to worry about dodging every last fucking thing. Trying to get your little pokes in when you can. Come on. Love all the shit just lying around the place in these areas. All the destruction. The broken walls, the bricks, the sandbags, all this shit strewn about. Weeds coming up through the cracks in the ground. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Hey, let's craft. Let's craft something. I need cracked pots. I'm making some bone darts. I'm going to equip some bone darts, and I'm going to use some bone darts. Rot grease. Fire grease. Okay, another little spot. So many forks in the road. Down here, this leads down to this courtyard where you've all these guys. Let's go back this way. Uh-oh. Ooh, you're a big boy. Come on. Iron wet blade. Hawk crest wooden shield. And the misery cord. Dagger favored by military physicians in white. The pointed blade is hard and sharp, making critical hits especially potent. Medicine is mercy. And mercy upon the battlefield is ruthless. Beware the killers clothed as men of compassion. And the hawk crest, adorned with a long-forgotten crest of Stormvale, ancient in design. A tall, medium-sized wooden shield, light for its size and easy to handle. Oh! Oh, yeah, this leads in here. Right, I'm keen to see what item is out here. Come on. Chrysalid's Memento. Okay, so yeah, on my first playthrough, I did not find this here. I found Roderica's hood. But I think that was something that they patched. I don't think I was supposed to find Roderica's hood. It would seem this is... And I interpreted it as that must have been what Roderica's crew was also wearing. That it wasn't just her that was wearing the hood. That the people that she came with who offered themselves up to Godric, to the spider, were also wearing that. And that we were just seeing some of their remains here. I think that probably still is the idea with this thing, right? Because... yeah, look, you have that piece of red fabric and... she spoke about how they would become chrysalids or whatever. Memento left by the chrysalids sacrificed for grafting. A brooch wrapped in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. So yeah, I'm assuming we'll be able to give this to Roderica now. I did not go to Liurnia before coming here, no. Well, I went to the back of Stormvale. The cliffs that are facing Liurnia. The first side of Grace at the back of Stormvale Castle that looks out on that great view. Okay, Pan, you don't need to tell me, like, every aspect of the quest line, especially if I haven't seen it before. Or, like, telling me what happens. But, yeah, I was gonna go back to Roderica and see what she had to say about this, obviously. That's okay, Pan. I mean, I'm letting people tell me a lot in this second run, but it's still nice to have some surprise, you know? You don't need to tell me everything that happens if I haven't seen it. I don't mind being led to things that I haven't seen and stuff like that. Although, still do be careful about leading me everywhere to, like, all the areas that I missed. And, like, super bosses that I might have missed. I don't want to be told everything. But I probably will ask eventually if if I'm struggling to find something that I'm looking for. Okay, let's go back to the shack real quick.
Pleasure to see you. Did you give the little chrysalids the message? That I love them, and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough.
Just want to read the description on this one more time. Yeah, memento left by the chrysalid, sacrificed for grafting. A brooch wrapped in red velvet. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard.
A pleasure to did you give the letter. I love the... What's this? A keepsake. From my men. Oh. Goodness me. I can't... They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me, who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the round table hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Oh, Roderica.
I think I'll head to the round table hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
I really love this little scene. Just the way it's set up as well when you first encounter her. The storm here, the wind's blowing. The way her red cape blows in the wind. Just the somber vibe of it with the music. The very macabre description she gives of the grafting process. Offering themselves up to the spider. Definitely one of my favorite NPC interactions. Really good. And off she goes to the round table hold. Yeah, see, for me on my first playthrough, she just ended up there. I didn't get this interaction at all. She just popped up there. I think she was there when I first warped there as well, which is something they patched because that shouldn't be a thing. Okay. Let's go back to the tower. And this time we'll take this path and maybe head down to this little church here. Talk to Rogier. Nice. Yeah, I guess they thought that if they grafted themselves to a lord, that they too would become as he is. You know, they would be as great as him if they were a part of him. It's kind of the impression that I got anyway. Ooh. Yeah, let's do it. Down to the crucible. This was really cool finding this on my first playthrough as well. This is something I did off stream. And it was the first crucible night I found in the game. I didn't find the Everjail before coming here. Marred wooden shield. Wooden shield of Stormvale soldiers. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its root being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. Yeah, the shield looks just like the castle itself with the thorns and the holes, the mottling. Of course, we find later that it is something that's hidden deep within the castle. It all stems from Godwyn. When I found this as well, I was a little underwhelmed because I was looking around for secrets in the castle and I found this spot. I was like, oh shit, look at this. A place for me to drop down. I drop down and I find that wooden shield. I was like, oh, that's a little bit disappointing, isn't it? Look down here. Doesn't appear to be any items down here. However, it's not the only thing that's here. Nope. Nope. Are these bushes supposed to be breaking the fall? Is that the idea there? Yeah, and here he is. This was quite intimidating, being the first Crucible Knight that I witnessed. Actually, no, that's not technically true. I did go to Redmane Castle before coming here, and I went to the end of Redmane Castle and fought the Misbegotten with the Crucible Knight. But I died as soon as the Crucible Knight showed up, and I didn't even realize what I was fighting. So technically, this wasn't the first one that I saw, but it kind of was. Hey, what's up, Mrs. Wex? How's it going? Oh, right. Oh, you can't backstab them. Yes, I remember. Right. I can't seem to parry anymore. That's okay. I suggest activating the lift before fighting him. Yeah, that probably would have been a good idea, but we'll be fine. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Somber stone. Okay, let's try this again. Three in a row. Ah. Give me that health back. Yes. Come on. Oh, yes. Getting pretty good with these parries on the Crucible. I shouldn't have said anything. Nice. One of the ancient Erd Tree incantations creates a mighty horn on the caster's shoulder to gore foes from a low stance. Charging allows the caster to barrel into foes before delivering the final attack. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. Yeah, I guess before I was thinking of the Crucible as referencing the creation of the ring, and maybe it is, in a way. You know, the melding of the ring, all the materials coming together to create the ring. AJN with the 23 months. Thank you. Kaga Beats. What's up? We get a great view of the starting area here as well. This is as close as we get to it, I think. The Chapel of Anticipation. What is that area over there? Some Church of Marika or something. Somewhere over in Liurnia. I'm not sure, Hazy. I don't think I think I've yet to read that or learn about that. Trina's Lily. Oh no, it's okay, Hazy. You can talk about shit like that. It's fine. I'm okay with people talking about lore and stuff that I haven't seen. Okay. Yeah, let's keep boosting that intelligence. Do I prefer dex or strength weapons? I don't know. I'm not sure if I have a preference, really. Dex is certainly feeling a bit easier so far. Being able to just quickly stagger people with quick pokes. I definitely feel like I'm having an easier time with Dex and Sorcery. Which is pretty enjoyable. It's kind of cathartic. Okay, so where am I going next? Yeah, let's just keep going along that path with the birds before we drop down over to Rogier's little church. So I just tested this. Gostock appeared for me after taking that lift. But not dying to the Crucible Knight. Or Cliff in your case. Appeared where? Feels so good being able to just relax with these birds. Not rolling around the place, jumping, trying to get hits in, failing endlessly. Just stand back, chill, tap L1 a couple of times. Oh. Feels good. Hello. Get the fuck out of here, Barrels. He's still stuck. There we go. Anything else here? Nope. What do I need for another level? 5,200. Golden rune.
Ah, nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger is the name. A sorcerer, as you might have guessed. I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
I'm here to defeat Godric. I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
I understand. Why place trust in a perfect stranger? Be safe then, stranger. Watch you don't get sacrificed, eh? I'll do the same.
Interesting looking gloves.
Oh, something bothering you? Or are you just trying to pass the time? I'm curious how you ended up inside this castle.
I'm not sure if you saw my comment. The Gostock location right next to the lift you just took. Oh, the location that I originally saw him. Okay.
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Okay. What are you selling? Glintstone Pebble. Carrion Greatsword. Spinning Weapon. Oh, this one looks pretty sick. Usable on small and medium swords, axes. Defensive skill employed by carrion princesses. Lifts armament into midair and then makes it spin violently. Those it touches will suffer successive attacks. I'm buying it. He has unique dialogue if you buy the Carrion Greatsword. Ooh, interesting. Okay. We'll do that.
The battle art you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Looks like you get unique dialogue when you buy this from him as well. Cool, cool. I wonder if you get anything else if you buy the others from him. Probably not. That's probably just the dialogue you get regardless of what you buy. How many runes do I have? Oh, man. Nope. No, 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 no. Man, crazy how you can just dispatch them like that. Hey, I can't remember where this leads. Ah, yes, across here. Yeah, this gruesome room here. This poor giant. This is not NG+. No, new game, new character. Started as the prisoner. Who's high in Dex and Int. And that's what I'm going to focus on as well, Dex Int. Oof. Salami, after defeating the knight in the next room, return towards Rogier's church. Okay. Okay, there he is. There he is. Let's just talk to him this time, shall we? Oh, he moved, I think. Hey, man.
Oh, you. Oh, great. I'm glad you're here. Just a small reward. I was saving it for you. Please, it's all yours.
Grace Mimic. A fetish indicating the guidance of grace. Similar to grace, this fetish draws rays, guiding the way only without any sense of order. Useful as a last resort for those who have lost their way, or for use by those who believe that unrefined guidance will lead to truer encounters.
Good, now let's be on our way, shall we? Wouldn't want the guards to spot you. Hop along, will you? What'll happen if the guards catch you strutting about?
Does he carry that lantern with him as well?
Hop along, will you? What'll happen if the guards catch you strutting about?
Is there supposed to be some significance to him carrying this grace mimic and giving it to us? Is it supposed to tie in with what he's doing here? This is kind of an interesting item to get from him. Solid Snake, 88 with the 26 months. Thank you. This wants us to get lost. The grace mimics lead you to good shit, though, don't they? You know, they'll lead you to interesting things. Random bosses and stuff. I mean, yeah, maybe you could... Maybe, he wants to lead us to a random mini-boss to get ourselves killed. Let's just use it right here. Where does it lead? Where does it lead us to right now? Nowhere. Oh, wait, no, it is. Up here. I wonder what that's pointing towards. Godric bonfire, maybe. And here is where we find another kind of mimic. Mimic's Veil. Which is quite interesting, the description on this. Golden veil of intricate design, uses FP to mimic nearby objects. When Godric was hounded from Leyndell, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him. Also known as Marika's Mischief. Probably tying into the whole Radagon Marika thing. taking the form of something or someone else. Something that Godric took with him when he left Lane Dell. Kind of interesting as well. The Stormhawks in all their glory here. Ungrafted. Exile gauntlets, damaged iron gauntlets worn by soldiers sent to the penal colonies. Hello. Weathered straight sword. Take a look. Straight sword with a rather short but wide blade, simple to wield. It was known as the Sword of the People. Though the Erd Tree styling is still visible, time has not been kind to this sword, now merely a shadow of its former self. Hey, what's up, Cynic? Good to see you. More exalted flesh. I love the juxtaposition here. Just the glorious and proud looking Godfrey. And all these grotesque body parts hanging and this spider patrolling the corridors. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, I never did talk to Kenneth. Maybe we should go and find him before fighting Godfrey. I'm not sure if it's possible to get that interaction after you fight, rather Godric. I'm not sure if it's possible to get that interaction with him after you fight Godric. I spoke to Kenneth on my first playthrough. I did pretty much everything there is to do with him, I think. But I have yet to talk to him in this playthrough. Just run. Wow. Oh. Jesus Christ. Go, 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 go. Rest! Oh, really cheesing this. Now, quickly. Yes. I can't remember if I can open this. No. Another shortcut here. That golden chest hair, man. Luminous. What route did I take to get to the bottom of Stormvale? I jumped off the ledge outside that last site of grace. I'm aware of the other path to get there, though. We'll take that other path this time. Which is right here, actually. All the pots here. I still need to learn more about these pots and what they actually are. What the deal is with them. You can talk about them if you like. You always see them at the foot of those minor Erd trees as well, which is interesting. Why are they always there? Living jar shard and raw meat dumpling. A pungent raw meatball made succulent by virtue of being on the verge of turning. Restores HP, but also poisons the user. Not recommended for those who prefer to know the origin of their meats. Great description. So this is what they're full of, it would seem. That's what they're composed of. What was the shard that I got? It's, well, probably a crafting material. Living jar shard. Yeah, a fragment of a living jar, hardened after its death. Such fragments command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars unfortunate targets for poachers. Hey, what's up, Storm? Isn't an Erd tree burial one of the most honorable ways to be buried? Maybe heroes were buried inside those pots. Were they buried at the foot of those Erd trees, though? Is that what's going on? Is that like... When I see the jars there, I'm not... It doesn't strike me as if they were buried there, that we're looking at the remains of their burial. But maybe? I don't know. There's a quest they added with the patch. You might want to do that one before asking about jars. Okay, okay. Yeah, let's wait then. Yeah, if to answer these questions you have to spoil something really cool that I haven't seen, then yeah, let's not talk about it, I guess. What other items do we have here? A cracked pot? 2 cracked pots. With the crossed arms. the Erd tree logo. Stormcaller. I was just trying to remember, what ash do I actually have equipped? I haven't been using this. Okay. I think it's time to venture into the depths of the castle. Oh, although I have to fight a fucking tree-ulcered asshole before we get to see Godwyn. Ugh. Oh, how many runes do I have? Ah, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Okay, let's get this int up. Oh, there it is. 18 int. Now, we can switch over to the meteorite staff. Look at this thing. Oh my god. Staff embedded with a dark purple glintstone, said to be the fragment of a meteorite. Boasts high sorcery scaling and boosts gravity sorceries as well. However, the staff cannot be strengthened in any way. We have a nice gravity sorcery to use with this as well, I think. Yeah, the rock sling, which also requires 18 int. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radan. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Okay, let's try this out. Pretty cool looking thing. Storm, you haven't seen my Elden Ring character, have you? My new character. Check him out. His name is Gordy the Golden. And he even has golden chest hair. The only piece of hair that isn't golden is his goatee, which is scarlet. And it's a mystery as to why he has a scarlet goatee. What are the lore implications? I don't know. Looks like he was pressed into a wall at birth. But yeah, here's this other path that's pretty easy to miss. If we go all the way up to the edge, we can jump up here and run along this ledge here, which takes us out this way. And when we come up to this point, we have a couple of options as well, don't we? Oh, wait, no, you can get back up here. Kind of a nasty encounter down there. Right, let's try out this rock sling. Oh, only one of the rocks hit. Doesn't use much FP either. Well, I mean, I guess it uses a decent amount, but could be worse. We need to start leveling up our mind. Heal up. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably better off using the pebbles. You can spam out the pebbles. Oh, really? And that's all you get down here? Just a lump of flesh? I guess kind of interesting, given that it's right next to the pots. Kind of unusual, the soldier down there just kind of leaning down, mourning almost. Looking very somber. Let's turn on that light again. Lower FP is always more efficient, but doesn't look as cool. I think we'll need a little bit more FP. There's one spell that I can't even cast because I don't have enough FP. Okay. It changes his whole vibe when he isn't wearing a helmet. It's like a whole other person. Stop throwing rocks at me. Commoner's shoes. Manor Tower Shield. Let's take a look at the commoner shoes first. Modest shoes made of cloth. Standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Let's take a look at the shield. An iron great shield, large enough to cover the entire body. Depicts the round table hold, gathering place of champions. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. Will I ever play Resident Evil 8 again? Maybe. I wasn't really crazy about Resident Evil 8, but I might play it again at some point in the future. Maybe if I'm doing, like, Resident Evil-ish marathon, you know, playing a few of the games in the series in a row or something. Maybe I'll revisit it. And out here, a message from Rogier. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Kind of unusual that he writes this, isn't it? Because we tell him that we're here looking for Godric, but what he's referring to is really what he's looking for, isn't it? Like, this is alluding to Godwin. But we didn't come here to seek out Godwin. He did. That's kind of unusual. Yeah, maybe it was a note that he left for himself or something. I don't know. Which also, like, doubles as something that the player can follow. Lore-wise, a message for him. Gameplay-wise, a message for us. I mean, not that we even need the message, right? Like, even as a gameplay tip, it doesn't really make sense. I don't know. Like, you come out here. It's not like this path is well hidden, is it? I don't know. I mean, I guess it could allude to something significant here. You might be more cautious after reading it, trying to find something. A way down. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this initial path isn't well hidden, but yeah, maybe when you come out here. Well, eh, let's see. We have another path here as well. Little shortcut. Oh, this leads back into this side of Grace. Yeah. I really like Stormvale Castle. Just like quintessential FromSoft dungeon design. Whoa. Take it easy. Oh! Thank you. I disagree that this is well hidden. Beyond the message that he leaves. Let's go up to the lift side chamber and get some of our health back. And then we'll go down. Four flasks of Crimson Tears. Let's do it. Oh! It's okay. Not a big deal. We just came from the side of Grace around the corner. No progress lost. We'll get those runes back. That's the game's fault. I slid off some fucking invisible ledge. You see that sliding I was doing? That's not my fault. And for some reason the runes are here this time. Okay. Very ominous. No! Oh, God, man. I shouldn't be dying this many times here. We haven't even made it to the tree boss. That's just careless play. Come on. Ooh. Rancor Call. Let's take a look. Oh, this is one that requires int and faith. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be using this. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances potency. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. No mistake that we're finding this here as well, right? Right next to Godwyn. And we just got some Poison Bloom here as well. Okay, let's see what we can do. Oh yeah, this is quite unusual as well. All the bodies here. In those cocoons. Yeah, this one isn't even classified as a boss. No music or anything weird. Okay. Well, at least now I can just run straight down to him. We picked up all the other items. Whoop. Oh, wow. I thought I was too early for that. Yeah. Nice. Can't see what you're doing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, game. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, okay. This would be much more enjoyable if the arena was 3 times the size. Oof. Okay. Yeah, okay. Whoa, what's going on? Ah, it's not looking good, man. Yeah, I don't mind the boss. I think he's pretty fun when you fight him outside the couple of times that you get to in Lanedale. And somewhere else at like a minor Erd tree around Mount Gelmir. In these smaller areas though, man, just he's clipping through the environment and like getting stuck behind certain objects where you can't see his animations, and then just the camera issues and shit. It's just really not so fun. Okay. Let's just go melee at the beginning here. Oh god. Yeah, that was silly on my part. Look at this. Oh, just what a mess, man. Jesus. Trying to go for those jumping R2s. Fuck. Kind of tempted to just run past him and grab the thing from Godwin, but I want to stop. I don't want to run past Godwin. Which castle is this? Stormvale. Okay, next time I think I'm just going to bring some more flasks. And just go all out with the magic. Let's see how the rock slings do, actually, as well. Ooh, nice. Oh my god. Okay. Probably made the arena before they knew what was going to be in there. Probably, yeah. Okay, let's go for... Actually... Nice. Another charge. Let's reallocate and go 3 Crimson Flasks for Cerulean Tears. Oh, oh my god! That's some pretty tasty damage, though. Ooh, okay. Okay. Ah! Whoa! What are you doing? Oh, you're doing the big fucking AoE. Got lucky with the dodge. Oh, I thought I dodged right through that, man. I thought that was a perfectly timed dodge. Nice. Oh. Give me that golden seed. Stone sword key. Thank God it's over. Oh, we were completely out of flasks as well. Damn. Unusual, these cocoons here. Like coffins. How much HP do I have? Ooh, 11. Here he is. The firstborn son. Really cool, the thorny tentacle tongues that he has. Similar to the thorns that cover the castle. The death root. And Prince of Death's pustule. Huh. I could have sworn we picked that up from his face before. It's on enemies and their weapons too. Yeah, yeah, and of course the shield that you pick up, which points you towards this place. Much like the castle, it is marred by mottling and thorns. Some say it is the curse of grafting which causes such affliction, while others talk of its root being something altogether more sinister, hidden deep within the castle. I like the use of the word root there. And this is what they're referring to. Yeah, didn't I pick this pustule up from the face last time? Yeah, I guess Godwyn grew another face when he became the Prince of Death. And look at his back here. Like, you have this big, giant tentacle coming through the wall here. You know, it's like he transformed into a plant-like figure, you know? Like, roots spiraling out of control. And one of them ended up here. Did he come here for a particular purpose, I wonder? Did he come here of his own volition? One of the worst downsides of their asset reusage, those shields and weapons with mottling texture, can be found in other forts, which doesn't make sense. Considering the curse is supposed to be very local. And those are weapons and shields of exiled soldiers. Okay. Is there, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Is there any way that people from this castle could have been sent to other forts? Under orders from Godric or whatever? But, yeah, you're probably right. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh raises vitality. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. As the first of the demigods, it's said he's buried deep under the capital. As first dead of the demigods, it's said he's buried deep under the capital at the Erd Tree's roots. There's a blood stain here. Yeah, where is the... Oh, this... Right, this is an NPC blood stain. And this is Rogier. Oh, sick. It's Rogier getting inflicted by the Death Blight. Very cool. Yeah, so am I just imagining this? I didn't pick this up off his actual face on my first playthrough. I picked it up here. Yeah, man, I could have sworn I just picked it up right off his face. It was on the face, was it? And is that something they patched? It wasn't on his face. Well, I'm getting mixed things from chat here. I don't know what to believe. I didn't pick it up from his face. I'm looking at the VOD right now. Okay. I guess the description just made me think that I did. That's probably it. I probably wasn't really paying attention to where I picked it up, and then I read the description. And that just made me think that I picked it up off his face. And I guess it was just contact with Godwyn that caused that to happen. To Rogier. Really cool how you see the basilisks in the game. How their false eyes mimic Godwyn's eyes. It was Blad who pointed that out to me first on my last playthrough. Because it might be something that jumps out at you when you see the basilisks in the game. Because they look like the old basilisks, except their false eyes look a little bit different. You haven't commented on it, but you do notice the head is upside down, right? No. What? Nose is on his forehead? Isn't this his nose? Big nose looking thing here? The tendrils are his hair? What? This is his nose? You're just talking shit. You can see his chest and armpit. I think I see what you're pointing out. Right. Yeah. I still think you're full of shit, though. Because this is quite clearly a nose. Pretty cool view of him here as well. We climb the ladder. Look at that. Do you think they skinned Godwin's face? I mean, the second face later on. Are you actually serious, Salami? Okay, you're serious. Yeah, I mean, I saw what you were pointing out. From up here, it's even clearer that the tentacle at his back looks like a torso. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess it's supposed to look like two faces. Like, surely looking at it from this angle is supposed to look like a face, obviously, with the fucking nose. And the tentacles coming out of the mouth. But I guess when you look at it upside down, it also looks like a different face. And I wonder, you know, the face that I thought I was seeing when we see Godwin for real later? You know, the weird mermaid girl looking face that I saw? I think that has to be intentional as well. That's supposed to look like a face, a different face. Like an optical illusion. Maybe not, but I know other people also saw what I saw. You know, when you see Godwin from afar and he has the hair coming down one side and one eye is covered and he looks like a weird demonic mermaid. I want to go around the back and have another look at him. Yeah, you can definitely see the arm here. Yeah. Damn, man, what a crazy design. Love it. Apparently, this is another one of the many Berserk references as well. He looks kind of cute, actually, if you look at this as being like his nose from this side. Not sure what I'm looking at, really. Yeah, he does look kind of cute from that angle. I think FromSoft often make a lot of monster designs that look cute. That look simultaneously grotesque, but also kind of cute at the same time. Or like disturbing and cute. What a cool shot of him here, though. Sick. Or disturbing and beautiful, yeah. Ebrietus, maybe. You could put in that category. Okay, where am I? Wait, that's where we came from. But yeah, it keeps coming back, this whole theme of duality where we keep seeing characters that end up having like two sides or two names. Now Godwin with two faces. Radigan and Marika and Godfrey and Horalu and the whole theme of mimicry that you keep seeing. Grafting. part of a whole is something I've been talking about a lot as well. Even the medallions all come in two halves, including the one they give, including the one they give you as a single whole. Okay. Yeah, I guess just like the idea of conjoining things as well. Kind of ties into that as well, perhaps. Convergence comes up a lot. Yeah, the Golden Order and the Crucible, where all life was blended together. Yeah, it's there's a lot of stuff like that that comes up. Kind of parallels between the ideas. Where do you find Godwyn later on? Down in the Death Blight, whatever it's called. What's the place called? The Deathroot Ruins or something? No. What's it called again? It's down in the Siofra River area. The Deathroot Depths? The Death Blight Depths? The Deeproot Depths. Yeah, maybe you never found that place. Okay, I think we might fight Godric. Let's pop these runes. Guess that's also the idea behind quite a few characters and enemies having two sets of hands in their design or two faces. Like Rani and her two faces, yeah. The sorcerers at Raya Lucaria that have the two faces. The whole idea of grafting as well seems to go beyond Godric. Like, it seems to be a broader idea within the game and probably ties in with this other idea of convergence and mimicry and all of that. You know, you see the grafted greatsword down at Castle Morn, which belonged to like an old hero, like who didn't have any real direct connection with Godric. And the puppet enemies that you see all over the place as well, they kind of remind you of the grafted spiders. You know, they have all those flailing limbs and shit flying all over the place. You know, like the war machines, the puppets. I forget if they have an official name. Marionettes or whatever. D and his twin, yeah. D, who also carries like some kind of weird, like his armor set being gold and silver combined, and the other kind of head that he carries, or whatever that's supposed to be. Let's level up. Yeah, the description of D's armor set was really interesting as well. Okay, a bit more intelligence. Let's do it. Hey, thank you, Salami. Let me see it. All right. Yeah, yeah. I guess it is clearer to see when you see Godwyn for real, because the hair, of course, is where the tentacle tongues would be. Yeah, yeah. Weird. The nose above the eyes still, though, is kind of weird, isn't it? I'm still kind of struggling to make out a coherent image. I'm fucking turning my laptop here on its side to try and see it properly. Okay, let's go and fight Godric then.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lowly tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Here we go. How much damage do we do with this? Not bad. Well, not great. Hey, that was better. Ooh. Ba-da-da-da-da-do. Ooh, Jesus. Oh, staggered him out of it. Second phase.
truest of dragons.
Love the salivating out of him
Strength.
like a wild beast. Obscene behavior, Godric. Oh, yeah. Crazy range on that. Whoa! One more. I feel so cheesy. I use so much range to play with in this fight as well. It's pretty, it's crafted well for sorcery. Still probably gonna fuck it up though somehow. Whoa! Gonna play it super safe. Oh shit! Well, I thought I was gonna play it super safe. Ooh. Should have ran into him there. I know you can easily dodge through that and get behind them.
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Return to our home, Lanedell, I guess. Is that him still just like hoping in death that he can still somehow survive, even knowing that he's dying? Still hanging on to hope that he can become Elden Lord even as he's dead? Is that what is that what they're getting at there? You're dead, Godric. You're not going home. I mean, I guess you might be going back to the Erd Tree, right? If the Erd Tree collects everyone's souls, if it's a vessel for souls, maybe he's going back in that form. I don't think that's what he meant, though. The great runes you receive by defeating shard bearers have lost their beneficial power. However, their power can be restored at divine towers throughout the lands between. See the description of each great rune to discover which divine tower you should visit. Finally, time to use these great runes. And I'll get to see what the descriptions are as well. I didn't activate a single great rune on my first playthrough. Remembrance of the Grafted. Yeah, I didn't upgrade a single rune. Okay, what am I gonna do? Bit more int.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that, and after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
He stays here stomping on his head for like half of the game as well.
Oh, hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Now his best dialogue.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
Look at the health! Yeah, I'm coming for my runes, you fucking bitch.
I'm free. I can do what I like.
I'm trying to decide if I feel bad or not. Yeah, I do kind of feel bad. Almost looks tree-like, his body there. I couldn't quite decide, you know, because he's a bit of a scheming asshole himself. And when he's stomping on his head like that, you kind of get the impression that he might turn out just like Godric. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can't I? Mate. The delivery of that line is so good. But, you know, the way he's kind of follows you around, taking your runes. I mean, sure, he's a slave, and you can't really hold too much against him. You know, he's trying to make some money any way he can, so it's kind of hard to hold too much against him, even when he is a little bit of an asshole to you. And And you see how he winds up with Nephili, and it doesn't seem like he's all that malicious, really, in the end, when you see him with Nephili and the boys at the end. So, yeah, I mean, I had to consider some things there. And in the end, yeah, I do feel bad. He doesn't deserve to be killed, I don't think. But I definitely had to weigh up some things in my mind there. He also had his arm lost, I presume to have been lopped off for grafting. Yes. Yeah, we didn't actually talk about that earlier, but yeah, he does have that missing arm. Really nice, somber scene here as well with this dragon. Now with its head chopped off. Okay, I guess we'll go to the tower then and see what we can do with this rune. Wonder how the dragon ended up like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a regular statue of one of those Golden Order knights, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not sure if you see too many of them with spears like that, though, do you? Maybe you do. You probably do. It's got impaled on it, did it? Yeah. Let's go back to the round table. It's been a while. Threedogg in chat earlier, still no apology? What, Salami? You're looking for an apology? Oh, hey! I thought he'd be here by now. The doors still aren't open. I'm still not sold on his face being turned upside down, either. So, fuck your apology until you can... Until I decide that you're right. It really does look like a chest. The other tentacle coming out the back of his head. And the arms sticking out. That does look like some kind of chest. For sure. But I'm not sold on the head being upside down. What does Dave think of it? Oh, yep, the door is open for the first time here now as well. This was such a cool reveal. Actually, a pair of fingers. Touch the two fingers.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Yeah, I love when she puts on her two fingers voice. She's interpreting the words and also puts on a voice for us as well. Maybe that's what she's hearing. Maybe it's easier for her to communicate the words if she also puts on the voice that she's also hearing. Maybe it helps her translate, puts her in the right mindset. Great Elden Ring. It almost verges on camp. I think a couple of the the bosses in this, some of them anyway, get a bit campy. Like Godric is very over the top. But in a good way. All right, let's touch the fingers. What we get a gesture from this, don't we? Oh, Rykard is amazing. Just what a spectacle. Such a great design. Rapture.
Remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
There's something kind of gross about receiving a gesture called rapture from these two fingers. Like, what is so... Why are they feeling bliss out of all of this? You know? Why are they so blissful? Ecstatic? You know, it's like they're gaining some selfish pleasure out of it. Let's see. Remembrance of Godric, the grafted, hewn into the Erd Tree. A feeble man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold, is the same dialogue that you get when he dies. Still holding on to that belief even in death. Great axe wielded by Godric the Grafted. The golden battle axe is emblazoned with the figure of a beast, representing the strength of Godfrey, first Elden Lord and patriarch of the golden lineage. Wiggling in mischievous delight. Yeah, it seems so. I command thee kneel, for I am the lord of all that is golden. The embodiment of the power that still remained in the dragon's head that was grafted to Godric's left arm. The wielder's arm will take the form of a small dragon, sprouting sharp dragon fangs at the fist.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads, take all they have left.
Indeed.
Love it.
But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
Barely a demigod.
The chill tainted by the string and so listen.
The greater will tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads, take all they have left.
In the Demi-Godric the run. Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Yeah, the dragon is kind of cute. When you use it anyway, he's so small. He's like a little hand cannon. Hey, Roderica has finally arrived.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
You're the best, Roderica. I think Roderica might be my favorite character in the game. Just love her dialogue, personality, voice actor. So charming. Just a nice, kind soul amongst all the darkness.
Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this. It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Glad she didn't have a secret sinister agenda. I'm glad Miyazaki didn't kill her in a horrible way. You know, when I first met her, I was like, oh no. What are you going to do to this poor girl, Miyazaki? This lost soul struggling to find a purpose, who's lost her friends, who needs to summon up the courage to go offer herself up to the spider. It wasn't looking good, man. Really wasn't looking good for her at the beginning. I was like, oh god, surely this isn't going to end well. But it did end kind of well. I think. I mean, I don't know. I guess she might burn down with the Round Table Hold along with Hugh. Maybe she does die in the end if she burns down with this place. But, you know, it was a choice that she made. She wanted to stay with Hugh, to provide some comfort. I'm surprised there was no spider boss. Godric is the spider boss, JMP. That's what she's referring to. And Godric's minions, the Scions. He's more of a dragon. I mean, one of his many limbs is a dragon head in his second phase. JMP, you've gone off the rails, man. Design-wise? You internalized some of his propaganda. Yeah, like, I think maybe he would like to be a dragon. He would like to be as true and as glorious as the dragons he worships. But I mean, all he has is a dragon head attached to one arm. Come on, JNP, it's okay. You didn't know that Godric was what she meant by the spider. You can own up to it. You don't need to start blurting out these fucking absurdities now that you fucked up. It's okay, JNP. You can admit you were wrong. Anything else, Roderica?
It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named...
Dave, did you meet Lanya on your first playthrough? Not the first playthrough, but you did it. You did the whole quest this time. Yeah, I'm gonna let chat guide me along this quest line if I'm on the verge of fucking it up. They told me that I can find Lanya somewhere in Liurnia. I know that much. So I'm gonna look around for a while by myself, and then maybe I'll ask chat if I'm struggling to find the character. Let's get a hug from Fia.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more? Now, come closer. You are so very warm. Then good day to you, my dear.
Nothing special yet. Did you finish up Nephili's quest line after they patched it in the last run? I believe so, yeah, where she takes over Stormvale Castle. Let's go back and talk to Vare. Oh shit, I never went to speak to Kenneth before talking to Godric. Before fighting Godric. I wonder if we can still get that first encounter with him. Maybe we can. Either way, I think we saw everything we had to see with him in the last playthrough, so it doesn't really matter. Let's go back to Vare. Oh no, I did all of the stuff with Kenneth on my first playthrough, Dave. I think. Oh no, I missed an interaction with Vare. Fuck. Find yourself maidenless. Off to Liurnia with you then. Seek the Rose Church, west of the gate town. Bravo. Shit, yeah, no, if you you can get another interaction with Vare here if you come to him after you go to the Round Table Hold for the first time. At least I think. I'm pretty sure I got a second interaction with him here on my first playthrough before he went to the Rose Church. I really like Vare as well, yeah. You have the sweetest scream, my lambkin. I really like a lot of the characters in this game. I think it might have my favorite cast of characters out of all their games. Let me see. Right, okay. Let's go activate this great rune. Back to the lift side chamber, I guess. Back through the courtyard. Oh, yeah. Let's go talk to Rogier. And I guess D will also have some new dialogue.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Not until we talk to Rogier. Oh, did the door open? It did.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
I've defeated Godric.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
A +8 rapier. That is very kind, Rogier. He's so casual about it. Ah! That just goes to show how pathetic Godric is. Oh, you killed Godric. Oh, right. Oh, well done. Cool. Looks like we both got what we wanted.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Fuck! I never spoke to Nephili in Stormvale either. Jesus. I wonder, have I bypassed her first interaction? Maybe I have. We'll go back to Stormvale and see if we can talk to her. See if she's still there at her first location. Anyway, at least it's stuff again that I saw on my first playthrough. Even if we do miss it, not that big of a deal. About the corpse under Stormvale.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden.
Right.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history. and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Was the Rune of Death ever a part of the Elden Ring? You know, was there a time where the Rune of Death did exist within the Golden Order and then it was removed? Or was it just pushed aside when the Golden Order was being created? Before Marika. Huh. The Golden Order existed before Marika? I don't think that works though, does it? I thought the creation of the Golden Order was, you know, like the fundamental part of Marika's reign. You know, it was synonymous with her, you know, time as ruler. I know Marika gave it to Malekith. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about though. Don't think it would have existed before that. Are you saying the Golden Order and the Elden Ring are the same? Well, I don't know. Not really. Not like the same exact things, but they're both heavily tied to one another. Right? The Erd Tree, the Ring, the Golden Order. They're all like dependent on one another, and they all affect one another. I think Malekith had some form of it before the ring was formed. And when he was welcomed to the fold of the Golden Order, it became part of the ring when it was made. The impression that I'm getting is that when the Golden Order was created under Marika, that, or when the ring was being created, or how do I phrase this? I don't know. Tell me about D. I'm just confusing myself.
Ah, so you've met D. D is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends.
I definitely think the Rune of Death was a part of the Elden Ring, and Marika removed it. Okay. And is this why Marika was imprisoned by the Greater Will? Was this the sin that she committed? On my first playthrough, I kept thinking that it was her Radagon trick which caused her to be imprisoned. That she tricked the Greater Will by becoming Radagon, and somehow that went somehow that got past the greater will. Oh, the sin, of course, would have been the shattering of the ring. Yeah, right. Of course. So do you think the removal of the rune was done under, like, it was under the command of the greater will? Was this something that she did of her own volition, or was this something that was done under command of the greater will? You think Radigan was her way of being able to move and act despite being imprisoned? I was under the impression that Radigan was around long before the Elden Ring was shattered. I think it was of her own volition she decided the rules of the world when she got into power. And the greater will was just cool with that. The greater will was chill with her altering the state of life in such a dramatic way like that. Tell me more about D.
He was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
Okay, let's talk to D now. He should have something to say.
Did you need something else?
About Rogier.
Are you acquainted with a man named Rogier? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them.
Love it. Very Walter. Raving Zealot, yeah, he's the one. Sounds like hypocrisy, really. Although he is right about the thorns coming out of him. You can see that death root. But the same thing happens to D as well. Or at least that's one possible outcome for him. Maybe there are other things that I haven't seen. Yeah, funny considering how you find D later on. What happened there exactly? You know, where Fia gives you the blade and then you give it to D and then he ends up in that room. What happened? Yeah, what happened there? What's the consensus? I missed the thorns completely, Dave, on my first playthrough. I didn't look up close. I just saw the flies and I never noticed the thorns. And when D mentioned the thorns, I thought he was just speaking metaphorically. You see him there. Whatever he says. Covered in thorns or something. He doesn't say covered in thorns. What does he say when he says it? Oh, I can't remember. I missed a lot of stuff with Fia, so maybe it's better to save the conversation for late. Okay, I'm probably missing some pieces of the puzzle here. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go activate this rune. We'll go back to the secluded cell. Dave, yeah. I mean, I was close enough, I think. I'm sorry, Mr. Giant. Oh shit, you're right in front of me. I didn't see you there. He just smacked his head against the wall. That's amazing. Do it again. Do it again. Oh! Come on, you can't smack your head one time and then clip through it the next time. We should probably check our upgrades as well. We've collected a few more smithing stones, I think. Hey, speaking of. Another golden seed as well. Nice. Yeah, Nephili's gone. Well, hopefully we can still get another encounter with her later. I think I want to go to the lift side chamber. Ooh, 7k required. Fuck, I shouldn't have popped those runes. Come on. Yeah, let's go back and see if we can level up this weapon a bit. Hey, how about you? Anything new?
You appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation? May the Golden Order...
Yeah. Ah, she just comes straight here.
Oh, hello. I've not seen you here before. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior, here by decree of my father. The pleasure's mine, as a fellow tarnished, guided by grace to the Round Table hold. Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study, the room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while. It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Dave, I thought it was pretty funny. I was watching some of your playthrough when you killed Gideon near the end of the game. You felt bad. You felt sorry for him. Meanwhile, during my playthrough, I just thought Gideon was a complete asshole all the way through, and I had no sympathy for him whatsoever. I thought that was really funny. I was watching your fight with him, and I was like, what the fuck is Dave doing? You know, feeling bad for this asshole. Yeah, like, I mean, ever since... maybe you probably learned some stuff about him that I didn't learn that makes him more sympathetic. But once I saw how he treated Nefeli, like, once he disowned Nefeli, I just had no time for him at all. And I never entertained him at all after that. You know, he wanted me to give him information on the demigods, and he wanted me to give him Celavus's potion, and yeah, I just had absolutely no time for any of that shit.
You've received the wisdom of the Two Fingers, have you not? Then I bid you welcome. As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a Tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant.
I also thought the implication was that he was responsible for the massacre of the Albinaurics at the village of the Albinaurics. So, you know, there were all these things that were going against Gideon. And I think that probably is what happened. I think Gideon probably was responsible for that. I thought that he was pretty shit, but thought he was still looking to the greater good, being a bit of a... Hold on. Need to scroll up. Being a bit of a shitty means justified by the ends guy. Though I've also came across a bit more dialogue from him I missed last time. He is pretty distasteful. I think so, yeah. I mean, his treatment of Nefeli is dog shit. I think he's responsible for the massacre of the Albinaurics. And he's a complete bitch in the end as well, you know, just trying to uphold Marika's reign. I don't know.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the volcano manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth, the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes. won't you?
Those are some great titles. I really do like him as a character, though. I really like Gideon. I just thought he was a complete asshole. But very cool character. In my first playthrough, I never met Nephili there. Never saw her again in the round table after she left the first time. Ah, okay, yeah, so you missed out on all of that. Yeah, I met her at the village of the Albinorics. And I figured that Gideon was probably involved in some way. It's right after that that you get invaded by Ensha as well. Which seemed to tie him into that. An extreme pragmatist. No scruples at all. No compassion at all. It seems so, yeah. Tell me some more about Godric.
So, Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already. General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore.
Love the admiration there for Radahn's battle prowess. A ferocious warrior. What about Rykard?
Praetor Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven. Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait.
Oh, really? So you're... Technically, we're not even supposed to go to the capital at all. It is possible to go to the capital, though, isn't it? In the early game? At least I think it is.
The Academy of Rea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the Amber Egg that was Radagon's gift to her.
The image of Radahn getting decked by Morgoth in the opening scene. Yeah. That is interesting, and I guess it makes sense that that was never known, you know? Morgoth being an omen who was shunned. Makes sense that wouldn't have been a part of the legend. The sheep that could, with the 4 months. Thank you. Cheers. Let me just check my dashboard here as well. I don't think I missed anyone. AJN, Mepaz. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, sheep. Morgoth the Grace Given.
The Academy of Rhaegar. Renala is queen of the Can. So, Godric the Great. Despite his castle lies upon, but I suspect you. I understand you've been speaking to Nepheli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put her to work. Do not hesitate to employ her. Should her services benefit you, despite her looks, she is more than capable in the press of battle.
Do I know what Nephili's full name is? Yeah, Nephili Lu, right? She's Godfrey's daughter, I think. I think she tells you her full name when you meet her for the first time, doesn't she? But yeah, either way, on my first playthrough, I figured that she was probably Horalu's daughter. After seeing Horalu mentioned in the opening scene and then finding this girl called Nephili Lu and learning that Gideon was just her stepfather, you know, seemed likely that Horalu would be the real father. Let's offer Gostok's bell bearing. I don't think I want to buy anything here. I think we're good. Okay, let's level up this weapon.
Now, look at you. Those eyes tell a story of a challenger who's felled his mark. Fine and well. Now lay out your arms.
Oh, yeah, we can ask about Roderica.
The curly boy here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do about weapons.
Back already, no matter.
I guess I'll just keep leveling my S-Stock for now. I don't know. None in mind that I know from the first playthrough. Oh, Jesus. I picked up fucking 10 million weapons on my first playthrough. I don't know. Any cool dex weapons that I can find around this part of the game? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could use Rogier's +8. I'm just not sure if I should save some of these smithing stones. Yeah, let's use the +8 rapier then. And just level up. Oh wait, no, we can't level up the The sorcerer's staff.
A pleasure to see you. Thank goodness you're safe. I'm still looking for my own purpose. It's not easy by any means, but it's what I must do.
Tell her what the blacksmith said.
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table Hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all.
Oh.
If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. If I do have it, I suppose I'll ask
Okay.
Back already. No matter. Lay out your arms. The girl. What about her?
Would you watch over Roderica?
Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith? Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it.
Yeah, it's what she wants. You brought this on yourself, Hugh. You shouldn't have said anything.
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
If I do have it, I suppose I'll ask
Okay. Okay, to the Divine Tower then. Let's do it. Back to the lift side chamber and we'll make our way down from there. Oh really? Rani is not a child of Rennala. There's a lot of info which implies as much. There's a theory that she was born from the Amber Egg. Yeah, I figured she was born from Radagon and Rennala. You see her with the red Radagon hair as well, right? When you see the remains of her real body at the top of that tower. Theory sounds sus, yeah. I don't know where I'm going. I think there's a place that needs a stone sword key down here. Yeah, here it is. The Rani that defends Renala during the fight is the egg. Renala is trying to birth Rani from it. And it has been since she died. At least that's your read. Hmm. Godslayer's Seal. Sacred seal of the Godskin Apostles, inlaid with obsidian, said to represent the manipulation of black flame. This catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations. And a Godskin prayer book. A couple of Godskin things down here. I remember this now. Prayer book bound in supple skin. Oh, God. Lovely. I forgot about this. Incantations of the god-slaying black flame are written within. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations. Black flame and black flame blade. Okay. Oh, there's a ladder here as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think I remember dropping down here from another... Yeah, look up there. There's another way you can get down here. I wonder, does that mean that you can also get the treasure inside that room without the stone sword key? Does anyone know if that's something you can do? Festering bloody finger. No. I don't remember reading that, Dave. Let's try this shit again. There we go. Easy. Oof. I'm gonna fucking die! Oh, Jesus! As soon as I had to dodge one attack, I fail and die. Okay, I'm not gonna let that happen this time. Sorcery cheese all the way. I'm not even gonna get close to an attack. Those were some pretty beefy attacks, though, to be fair. Stay back. Ooh, pretty slick looking rapier, actually. A little red jewel. Pretty nice looking. Yeah, I can't remember if I've been up here. Yes, I see. We did come across here, but I decided to take the left path instead of this path here. Yeah. We just picked up these Banished Knight gauntlets as well. Thick, full set of armor covering the entire body. These gauntlets were worn by knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. These fierce warriors were each and all accomplished. Perhaps that is why, despite their territorial losses, they were still named knights. Why do the legs not look so great, Dave, on the Banished set? I did go to the bottom of Stormvale on my first playthrough, yeah. Is there anything I haven't seen in Stormvale? Does anyone know? Nice. Jeez. Nothing as far as I know? Okay, okay. I should have used this talisman more often. I did see the MGS3 ladder skip, yeah. The T-pose from Snake. Oh. I don't remember this guy's patterns at all. Okay. 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 I think I'm gonna warp to the front gate. Oh, I don't think I killed Gostock. Gostock wouldn't go back there anyway to open the gate. Shit. I think I have to run down. Yeah, no, Gostock, it would have been too late for Gostock anyway. Whoa, Jesus! Ah! Okay, we did it. I might need to reallocate some flasks. I don't have much health at the moment. Okay, grab the runes. Whoa! Huh, is this the Banished Knight set here? It is, yeah. So they've been serving this place for some time, it would seem. Well, maybe not, I don't know. I didn't think the feet looked all that bad. Well, yeah, I guess they do look pretty bad. I mean, it's a bit of a vibe, though, isn't it? It's kind of unique. Oh, nice. We have a side of grace here. Yeah, let's go for a little bit more int. We'll reallocate some flasks. Let's go 4 and 3. Yeah, so what's the deal with... I wish I could remember everything I learned about the Banished Knights in my first playthrough. How did they end up here? Like they all abandoned their homes, but they all came here. Do we see them at in any other part of the game? I think we do. But the other parts of the game that we see them in have some connection to Stormvale. Wasn't that an interesting detail related to Castle Saul? Castle Saul was very similar to Stormvale Castle. You saw grafted birds there. You saw banished knights. Godfrey ruled Stormvale before Godric, didn't he? Is the idea that all these knights came from different lands, or did they all come from the same place? And does the armor belong to the land that they came from? Or were these banished knights given this armor? Because this was armor of this place. Of this land. Because the armor looks quite different to like the regular... You know, you see other soldiers who are in service to Godric. And I think their armor set is a bit more in line with other armor sets that you see across the land. Like there's a common theme between the Lanedell armor and the Limgrave armor and the Liurnia armor. You know, like the Carrion Knights, the Godric Knights, the Lanedell Knights. They all look kind of similar. There's like a common theme, even if their colors do differ. Banished Knights returned in recon for Godfrey. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what the deal is with Castle Saul as well. Why you see them there along with the grafted birds. Wow. They were in service to Godfrey as well. That would make sense, given the statues and everything. You kind of get the impression that those were built before Godric's time. Okay, okay, I'm just trying to bullshit my way through this. Yes, hit your friend, hit your friend. Oh! Oh, that's pretty cool. Go on, one more time. Wah! Up we go. So I finally get to experience what it's like when you activate a great rune. And I also get to read the juicy descriptions. Technically I did once, didn't I? But not really. Restore the power of the Great Rune. Let's take a look at it first before we restore it. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormvale Castle. The two fingers here as well. And their wooden, tree-like texture. Godric's Great Rune. A great rune of the Shard-Bearer Godric. Its blessing raises all attributes. This great rune is known as the Anchor Ring. Found in the center of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. Kind of reminds me of what Enya was saying about when she heard her description of the Elden Ring. She said, "Great Elden Ring, anchor of all lands." I think that's what one of her descriptions was. Wellspring of all joy, anchor of all lands. Okay, a pretty important part of the ring, it would seem. And it wound up with old Godric. Certainly not deserving of this great rune. by the look of it. Godric wasn't very well anchored. Godric is quite chaotic. Okay, and I equip this. Great runes, here it is. Wow, look at this. With the Great Rune menu, you can equip great runes that have had their power restored. You can use a rune arc to give even greater benefits to your equipped great runes. Wow, so even without the rune arc, you get increased stats? Okay, they don't do anything without the arc. I remember people talking about this. Yeah, the game just lies. Okay. Poor me, I only have one rune arc. Let's go fight this beast again. Hey, Fresh Tendrils. Did I thank you for that 16 as well 15 minutes ago? Thank you, man. Man, it's weird seeing that symbol in the top left corner now. Heal! The rock sling is really good for the dagger, it seems like. No. No. Thank you. Beast Blood, Old Fang, and a Somber Smithing Stone. Nice. Fresh Beast Blood, glinting with gold. Material used for crafting items, found by hunting carnivorous beasts. This glimmering blood never rots or decays. Kind of interesting. Glinting with gold as well, kind of synonymous with pure gold, it would seem. This immortal blood, this pure gold blood. From a beast, no less. I feel like I still need to learn a lot more about the beasts in this game and what's going on and what happened in the temple in Farum Azula and all of that stuff. There's like a load of stuff there that I still need to learn. It's like the Elden Beast. Yeah, of course, the Elden Beast being a beast is also quite interesting. And the horn that we get from it, or the old fang. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial crucible. Multiple overlapping fangs grown from a single root. Whew, okay, I think we might wrap it up there for this evening. And then make our way to Liurnia tomorrow, perhaps? I'm not sure where we'll go next. Maybe see if we can talk to Kenneth. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll probably check out Liurnia next time. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. It was fun going through Stormvale again. Seeing some stuff that I missed last time. Seeing Gostock creeping around. That was pretty funny. Got to see what Gostock's reaction is if you attack him as well. That was interesting to see. Got our runes back from him. Activated a great rune for the first time. Did some stuff in the round table holds. Yeah, we'll see where the road takes us next time. Guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. Take it easy. Peace. Good night.